Testing the mic, testing, 1, 2.
Testing for the court reporter. Testing.
Okay.
we're waiting for the ranking member. They just had votes. I cast my vote the minute it was there and ran over here. So hopefully here in just a couple of minutes we'll get started. My apologies to everyone who's had to wait. And hopefully we'll, the good news is we won't be interrupted by votes. How about that? All right, the Subcommittee on Government Operations will come to order, and without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. I ask unanimous consent that our colleagues, Mr. Micro and Mr. Palmer, be allowed to fully participate in today's hearing. Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize Mr. Conley, the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Government Operations, for his opening statement. I'll let you go first there, Mr. Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thanks for calling this hearing on a day where we're out of session. For over a century, the railway industry has supported thousands of well-paying jobs across our nation, including more than 16,000 railroad workers and retirees in the Commonwealth of Virginia. We all ought to be proud of this American success story. The Railroad Retirement Board was created in the 1930s to administer retirement, unemployment, sickness, and survivor benefit programs for railroad workers and their families. In that era, railroad workers had a well-developed pension plan but sought to expand it to a national retirement system because Social Security was still in the planning stages. The result of those workers' efforts and legislation is what we see today, one of the largest pension funds, worth more than $26 billion last year. The most impressive aspect of this retirement plan is that it is solely funded by fees collected from railroad workers and rail employees. In fact, railroad workers have historically had more money deducted from their paychecks to pay for their retirement than most individuals contribute to Social Security for theirs. The bottom line is that the RRB is responsible for administering a vital safety net that is only funded by and only benefits America's railroad workers and families who are not eligible to claim Social Security benefits. Today, we're here to discuss oversight of disability benefit programs provided by the railroad retirement system. Concerns have legitimately been raised about the vulnerability for fraud in those programs. This is an important discussion because it's against the background of the Long Island Railroad retiree fraud, in which the RRB and its Inspector General initially failed to detect widespread false claims for occupational disability benefits. Fortunately, a team consisting of the Department of Justice and the OIG was eventually able to uncover the fraud and bring those responsible to justice. Let's be clear, all stakeholders abhor and condemn, in the strongest possible terms, the massive fraud perpetrated by LIRR retirees, doctors, and disability facilitators. In fact, railroad workers and their families were likely the most outraged about it, since it's their money that solely fund the RRB-administered pension fund, and ultimately any theft from that fund comes out of their pockets. Indeed, no group in America has a greater incentive to enhance RRB's ability to detect and prevent disability fraud than our nation's railroad workers, since it's their money and theirs alone which will rise to compensate for any theft from the fund. In 2014, GAO found that the RRB is at risk for making improper payments to individuals who did not qualify for occupational disability benefits because there's no systematic way to evaluate potential fraudulent claims or prevent fraud. GAO also found that the RRB was not sufficiently committed to fraud awareness throughout the agency. That GAO and the IG have produced several recommendations to improve the integrity of the disability programs, and it's important to note the RRB is implementing a set of initiatives to strengthen fraud detection and prevention pursuant to the GAO recommendations. For example, the RRB now requires independent medical exams for all disability applicants, as opposed to relying on medical evidence submitted by the applicant. The RRB is also expanding its fraud awareness training beyond its headquarters to apply to all staff. It's important we bring balance to this hearing. The vast majority of dedicated and hardworking railroad retirees who participate in disability programs are honest and deserving recipients of the earned benefits that they and other railroad workers solely funded. Mr. Chairman, this is personal for me. My mother's side of the family were all railroad men. My grandfather made very little, didn't have much of a pension, and died prematurely because, frankly, of the toxic effects of the exhaust he was subjected to every day. My uncles and their uncles were all railroad men, and they were hardworking people who certainly didn't cheat the system. And I think they were in great company, and I just want to say that because I know from personal experience what working in the railroad can be like, and it's hard work. and it takes a lot out of the body over a number of years. And I know you, and I hope and certainly believe my colleagues will respect that fact. As with any program, there are always unscrupulous individuals who are dishonest and seek to perpetrate fraud, and it's vital we uncover those individuals and bring them to justice. However, it would be deeply unfair to presume that the majority of participants are dishonest based on those few bad actors. Further, we must exercise caution in advancing solutions to ensure that we do not adversely impact the thousands of railroad retirees who work hard and play by the rules, like my grandfather and my uncles. For instance, while high approval rates for disability benefits may indicate a higher risk of fraud, it's an imprecise indicator. Depending on the structure of a given plan, it's also plausible that a program might feature high integrity and high approval rates. Moving forward, Congress should provide the RRB with a fair opportunity to implement the recommendations made by the GAO and the IG and gauge how well they are working. By doing so, we can avoid punishing the majority of railroad workers who've done nothing wrong because of transgressions of a few. Protect the National Railroad Retirement Investment Trust that's funded by our nation's hardworking railroad workers. I look forward to the testimony of our witnesses today, and I thank the Chair for his courtesy.
I thank the gentleman from Virginia, and rarely do we share the same kind of background that we do today. Actually, my grandfather worked on the railroad for security in Pine Bluff, Arkansas, and there was never a more honest individual or a hardworking individual. In addition, I have one of my dearest friends, Forrest Jarrett, who is a retired security gentleman from one of the rail industries, and he's admonished me, whatever you do, be good to the guys that work on the rail. And so it is with that in mind that not only do we hold this hearing, but that we look to address some of the bad actors, as the ranking member has talked about. We're here really today to perform one of the committee's core functions, and that's protecting the taxpayer dollars from waste and fraud. And in this case, we're also trying to protect the wallets of every single railroad customer in the country. And the chain of events that brought us here today actually started in the late 1990s when a group of doctors, RRB employees and union officials and railroad workers in the New York area conspired to defraud the Railroad Retirement Board's disability program. Now, this fraud scheme that they cooked up was fairly simple. Union officials and RRB employees connected some railroad employees with crooked doctors who sold phony paperwork for cash, in my opinion, and the railroad employees took phony paperwork to the RRB to support their claims for disability payments. Now, unlike the gentleman to my right's parents and relatives and my grandfather, we couldn't imagine that happening from somebody in our family, and so that is what has brought us here today. By the time they were caught, the fraud ring resulted in the RRB in awarding $1 billion worth of bogus disability claims. As we're going to hear from two of our witnesses today, the RRB remains at risk for similar scams still today. And if we could start the video, please. What we're about to look at here is a Long Island Railroad employee who was simultaneously earning a 5th-degree black belt in jiu-jitsu. Now, when this video was filmed, the man was collecting occupational disability benefits from the RRB, and according to this man's disability application, he suffered from severe pain in his shoulder, lower back, and neck. Maybe it's because of all of this activity. He claimed the pain was so severe that he had difficult times standing, sitting, walking, or bathing and dressing. And the RRB claim examiner determined that he was no longer capable of performing his job because of his physical condition. I would ask each one of you, what do you think? Had the RRB claims examiner had access to this video, I hope that things would have turned out differently. But even still, without the video, there would have been other things that should have struck the examiner as odd. For example, in his last 17 months as a railroad employee, he worked about 1,500 hours of overtime, including the day before he retired with disability working overtime. He claimed that he had trouble doing the basic tasks to manage the work, massive amount of overtime until the very last day of retiring. But the RRB claimed that examiners don't ask those sort of questions. As the Inspector General will tell us, they just rubber stamp it. Now, the man in the video was only one of many individuals involved in this fraud scheme. There were others who were observed by the investigators competing in golf tournaments, playing tennis, participating in a 400-mile bike ride, and even hiking Mount Kilimanjaro. The RRB's disability benefits program is a crucial safety net for rail workers who are injured due to the demanding nature of the job. And we must protect it from fraud so that it can serve those who suffer from legitimate disabilities. Now, all of this came to light in 2008, and the IG began making immediate recommendations addressing the potential areas that undermine the disability application process. And the first of the IG's recommendations was in 2008. And since that time, the IG has issued nearly 70 other recommendations in response to the Long Island Railroad fraud scheme. Yet, according to the IG, it appears that only 5, now get that, 5 of 70 recommendations have been fully implemented. In February of last year, the Inspector General issued a 7-day letter. Now, a 7-day letter is kind of a last resort tool that the Inspector Generals use. It's kind of basically like the government's equivalent of pulling a fire alarm, saying, wait, we've got a real problem here. So what's the fire? Well, the national approval rate for disability applications remains just as high as it was when the LIRR fraud scheme was bilking the RRB out of billions of dollars. Sounds like not much has changed, and I look forward to hearing from Mr. Dickman and Mr. Berton about the problems that they've identified and about their recommendations to fix those problems. But what I really want to hear today will come from you, Mr. Schwarz. You can tell us why these problems still persist and haven't been fixed after all these years. More importantly, when can we expect to hear that the RRB is finally taking some meaningful actions to ensure that the program remains available for those that are truly in need? So I'd like to thank all the witnesses here today for joining us, and I look forward to hearing your testimony. And with that, I want to hold the record open for 5 legislative days for any members who would like to submit a written statement. We will now recognize the panel of witnesses. I'm pleased to welcome the Honorable Martin Dickman, Inspector General of the Railroad Retirement Board. Welcome, Mr. Dickman. The Honorable Michael Schwarz, Chairman of the Railroad Retirement Board. And Mr. Daniel Bertoni, is that correct? Yes. Close enough?
Close enough.
Okay. Bertoni, Director of Education, Workforce, and Income Security at the Government Accountability Office, also known as the GAO. Welcome to all of you, and pursuant to committee rules, all witnesses will be sworn in before they testify. I'd ask that you please rise and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Let the record reflect that all witnesses answered in the affirmative, and in order to allow time for discussion, I'd ask that your oral testimony be limited to 5 minutes. Your entire written statement will be made part of the record. I'd like to go ahead and recognize our first witness, Mr. Dickman. If you could press the red button there, hopefully we can.
There we are. Thank you. Chairman Meadows, Ranking Member Conley, members of the committee, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you here today. As an Inspector General of the Railroad Retirement Board, the basic function of Inspector General is to promote economy and efficiency, prevent and detect fraud, waste, and abuse of the parent agency. Pursuant to our 7-day letter and our continual examination of the Railroad Retirement Board's occupational disability program starting in 2007, it has been an ongoing educational process to us as far as the programs involved by the Railroad Retirement Board. And I go into much greater detail about the problems and some of the solutions that we've presented, many different types of solutions, all the way from eliminating the Railroad Retirement Board occupational disability program to limiting it to a 2-year program. And I would be happy to explain that later in the conference. The drilling down to the core issue, and these are my views alone, they're not representative of the administration or anybody else, is that unless there is a change in the culture of the Railroad Retirement Board, this culture of we're here to pay, without looking at anything else, without even, and they acknowledge it, without even using and acceding to the regulations that are in place as far as finding out the job description, as far as doing more of an in-depth analysis of the individual's application process. And then we've also obviously made recommendations that require change in regulations or even some change by the legislature, by the Congress. But basically it goes to this feeling that, again, we're here to pay. And unless that culture is changed, all of the money that's going to be spent, the $3.3 million that's proposed in the FY 2016 budget for program integrity, in my opinion, would be a total waste of money. And to us, the proof is in the 98% approval rate that continues. Now, other people may say 98%, you know, they've got, if you looked at the surface of what they've done and look at the various programs, you say the Inspector General has to be, you know, he's an idiot, because look at what we're doing here. We've got this, we have these doctors that look at these people, we review this, we review that. It's all superficial. The doctors look at somebody for 20 minutes. To do, the American Medical Association will say that do an in-depth examination, a residual functional capacity exam, takes 6 to 8 hours to find out whether the person is lying or not. The other portion that really has to change is the structure of the board. You know, I realize, and everyone else realizes, it's a function of collective bargaining between labor and management. I mean, those are the realities of the situation. The big ticket items are decided by them, and in my opinion, you know, forget about what the chairman wants, forget about what Congress wants. It's what they want to do, because they are a very powerful force, and because of, you know, the basic function of railway and how it is intertwined in our economy, that if occupational disability is somewhat changed, there will be a nationwide rail strike, and everybody knows that. But to give the Railroad Retirement Board an opportunity, a real opportunity for change, in my opinion, the board structure has to be changed from this troika, where you have a rail member, management member, and a chairman, and the chairman is only chairman in name only. He has no more power than anybody else. So the big ticket items are decided by rail and labor. And the chairman just sits there, tries his best, in my opinion, is the most aggressive pushing for change. But the end result is, as I've said, we still have this 98% approval rate. So unless something like that is done, then I don't think that all this money that's going to be spent is really going to make any difference down the road. We could come back here 2 years from now and we'll still have a 98% approval rate. I thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. And again, I'd like to thank my staff for doing all the heavy lifting in this program. And also, as far as concerning the Long Island Railroad case, the U.S. Attorney who took on a very difficult case, and the FBI, which also helped us tremendously in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dickman. And I would be remiss, I appreciate not only your staff, but your leadership on this, but I would be remiss if I didn't say that, you know, we've got a great staff here, both on the majority and the minority side, and
I agree with that, too.
So much of what we do is actually their hard work and certainly not as much ours. But we'll go ahead and recognize Mr. Schwarz for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chairman Meadows, Ranking Member Conley, and members of the subcommittee. I'm Michael Schwarz, and I'm the chairman of the U.S. Railroad Retirement Board. I want to thank you for this opportunity to appear today and discuss the Railroad Retirement Disability Programs. Walter Barrows, representing rail labor, Stephen Anthony, representing rail employers, and I are responsible for the agency's programs and operations. Let me begin by saying that my fellow board members and I share in the outrage at the physician-assisted fraud perpetrated on the railroad retirement system by certain retirees at the Long Island Railroad. We applaud the efforts of our Inspector General and the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York in investigating and prosecuting this fraud. The Long Island experience has helped us recognize a number of shortcomings in the disability benefit program, We have worked tirelessly to examine every step of our disability adjudication process and identify those areas that need improvement. Today, I'm pleased to report that we have made notable strides in strengthening the integrity of this program and better protecting our system from fraud. This experience has been a true catalyst for the change in the way we do business, and we are sincerely committed to effecting real and measurable improvements through the initiatives we have put in place and those we plan going forward. This morning, I will provide the subcommittee with a summary of the significant changes we are making. These changes were crafted after careful consideration of recommendations by our Inspector General and the Government Accountability Office during the respective reviews of the Board's programs. The quality and integrity of our benefit decisions are of the utmost importance to the Board and its stakeholders. The improvements we are making provide the foundation for a higher standard of disability determination. The process we are adopting is much different and more comprehensive than what was used when the Long Island Railroad scheme surfaced. Independent medical examinations will be required for all disability applicants with limited exceptions, and each exam will be performed by physicians who specialize in the area of the claimed impairment. Contractual physicians will now be on site at our headquarters building at least 2 times per week in the Disability Benefits Division to provide medical advice and support to claims examiners. Physicians are also providing more extensive training to the examiners on medical conditions and the interpretation of medical evidence. The Board is creating a quality assurance unit to assess the quality of medical evidence, accuracy in disability determinations, adherence to the established procedures, areas in need of improvement, and subject matter appropriate for refresher training. We have enhanced our fraud training awareness. The Board will continue to procure anti-fraud training from outside sources and make such training mandatory for all agency personnel. We will employ contractual medical personnel to provide refresher training for those responsible for making or reviewing disability decisions, such as claims examiners, reconsideration specialists, hearing officers, and quality assurance specialists. There will be more frequent contact with fraud risk populations through the expanded use of continuing disability reviews for all occupational cases and mandatory periodic recertification of disability. Senior claims examiners will review all initial disability determinations prior to the final rating. Treating physician information is already being tracked to identify any suspicious activities or patterns, and RRB forms, including a disability application, are being reviewed and revised to gather more relevant and accurate information. Along with these improvements, in December 2013, the Board created a fraud task force that assists in implementing disability reform measures along with other benefit-related program integrity measures. The task force has approved a number of internal modifications to procedures and forms and is driving implementation of fraud prevention and detection initiatives, many of which were recommended by the GAO and RIG. The initiatives I have outlined for you today will substantially strengthen the overall integrity of the disability program and better protect our system for fraud. Whether it's securing current vocational information and using the most accurate and specialized medical evidence and opinions when making disability determinations, providing ongoing fraud awareness training to agency employees, offering our claims examiners ready access to expert medical guidance, or establishing a much-needed quality assurance unit, we are committed to real change that will ensure continued confidence in a program that has met vital financial security to generations of our nation's railroad workers and their families. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwarz. Mr. Bottoni.
Chairman Meadows, Ranking Member Conley, members of the subcommittee, good morning. I'm pleased to discuss the Railroad Retirement Board's disability programs and the challenges that expose taxpayer dollars to fraud, abuse, and improper payments. As a steward of both the occupational and total and permanent disability programs, RB is accountable for managing and overseeing the expenditure of billions of dollars annually. However, our work has identified internal control weaknesses and oversight gaps in these programs. Related audits by the Board's Inspector General and the Department of Justice investigation have also identified similar challenges. My statement is based on our prior work and focuses on key vulnerabilities that threaten the integrity of RRB's programs, as well as actions that the Board has taken to address our recommendations. In summary, instances of past fraud and improper payments have highlighted gaps in the Board's oversight, due in part to a manual paper-based process that impedes the agency's ability to systematically identify potential fraud patterns. such as a high concentration of claims from one source or boilerplate medical exam information submitted for multiple claims by the same doctor. To address this issue, the Board has taken some limited steps to compile and analyze electronic data, primarily for Long Island Railroad claims. But more could be done, including mining such data for the other railroads it oversees and its total and permanent disability program. Our June 2014 report further highlighted fundamental shortcomings in RRB's policies and procedures. First, we found that field staff rely on outdated information to verify claimants' self-reported work and earnings activity, although more timely data is available, and they risk paying benefits to ineligible individuals as a result. We recommended that RRB seek more timely earnings data, such as the National Directory of New Hires database, and agency officials agreed to work with OMB in exploring this option going forward. Second, we reported that the Board's claims process fell short of basic internal control standards, and that a single examiner could both review and approve a claim in many cases without any independent review by another third party. In fact, we found that up to 1/3 of all claims were approved by the same examiner who reviewed the application. And we noted that the absence of a second set of eyes on these claims could expose the agency to improper payments due to fraud or error by the claims examiner, and recommended supervisory review of all claims. The Board subsequently revised its policy to strengthen such reviews effective September 2014. We also found an insufficient commitment to quality and integrity at RRB, as reflected in their quality assurance activities and performance metrics, which focus primarily on payment, timeliness, and accuracy, and less on whether disability decisions were supported by the medical evidence and were in fact correct. While it's important that claims be paid quickly, it's equally important that benefit decisions be accurate. Thus, we recommended that the Board shore up its quality assurance processes and establish more balanced performance metrics. While the agency agreed with our recommendations and is in the process of developing a new quality assurance plan, we have yet to receive it or review it. And lastly, we noted an insufficient commitment to fraud prevention throughout the agency, even after the high-profile Long Island Railroad incident. Our interviews with staff showed an inconsistent level of fraud awareness, and claims reps in 4 offices we contacted said they had not received any fraud-related training. Some other staff told us it was not their job to be on the lookout for fraud. We recommended that RRB take steps to elevate the importance of fraud prevention and detection agency-wide. The Board agreed and has begun to take steps to amend its procedures, training, and other program tools in this area. In conclusion, RRB's disability programs remain vulnerable to fraud and overpayments due to various management and systemic weaknesses that warrant sustained attention going forward. Absent a more proactive stance by the Board to make substantial progress and movement away from a business-as-usual approach to claims processing, public confidence in these programs may be further undermined. At present, much work still needs to be done, and we look forward to working with this subcommittee, Board officials, and Inspector General staff as the agency continues to implement our recommendations. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my statement, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you or other members of the subcommittee may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is what we would normally call a fly-out day, and so the interest of being sympathetic to some of our members that may be flying out soon and that have a real interest in this, I'm going to recognize the Vice Chair of this subcommittee, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg.
I just want to say, Mr. Chairman, before Mr. Wahlberg, I have to fly to Fairfax at some point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's interesting talking about flying out when we're dealing with railroads. We'll try to fly a little lower at this point. But thanks for having this hearing. Railroads are important to our economy. Railroads do carry things that we can't do as efficiently otherwise, and there are plenty of dedicated people, some you've mentioned from your families involved, but that requires that we be more effective in making sure that every system works and everyone is involved in doing it the proper way. Mr. Dickman, did the OIG recommend that RRB attempt to recover the payments that were deemed improper after the Long Island Railroad fraud?
Initially, when the Board was going to send out at our request termination letters for those individuals that saw Dr. Jamian and Dr. Wisniewski, we told them not to request that they would be looking at trying to recover any of that money because the U.S. Attorney's Office, since as a former prosecutor, the criminal matter always trumps any civil action. And they wanted time to make a determination as to what, if anything, they were going to do with the 700 people or up to 1,500 people that were involved in this. There was one other doctor, a third doctor, who was deceased, who was obviously never tried in this matter. So we sent a notice saying, you know, hold off on doing anything like that. We received a letter from the general counsel saying, at the present time, we will not do anything as far as seeking recovery of the prior benefits. Then, unbeknownst to us, later they sent out when they sent out a notice to all these individuals, they say that we will not recover or seek to recover any more benefits, which took us by shock. And we were shocked, and so was the U.S. Attorney's Office shocked, because now the board is obviously not going to seek any recovery, and the U.S. Attorney's Office, which was considering civil actions, is now prevented from seeking any restitution from these individuals. So it's kind of mind-boggling to send out a termination notice saying the board states to these people, you were involved in fraud, but now we're going to let you reapply, and we're not going to go after any of these prior benefits, these millions and millions of dollars that we've given you, and let you reapply. And when the people did reapply, they approved 94% of them.
So your counsel was temporary, waiting for the process to develop.
We were waiting. We initially said hold off.
Yeah.
And then
Based upon determining necessity for prosecution
correct.
And the
Based
evidence.
upon the U.S. Attorney Office giving us direction on which way they were going.
Then I would follow that up, Chairman Schwarz. Why did the IRB choose to abandon the option to recover 275, as I understand it, 275 million in improper payments following exposure of the Long Island fraud ring?
When we received the information that Dr. Ajemian, the doctors involved, pled guilty, we immediately started a process to open cases, and that process would be open cases, take a look at the information in the cases, and see if the person was legitimately disabled. In that process, we could have recovered payments. Mr. Dickman at that time, and rightfully so, said to us, you have to stop that process because you could interfere with prosecution, and we don't want you to recover payments. So he along with us, decided that what we would do would be to issue a board order that would allow people to reapply. Now, these are not people who were accused of anything. These were not people that were that anyone indicted, that anyone accused. These were people who did go to that doctor, but they were not. They did not come in and voluntarily disclose that they did something.
Yeah, but let me go back, Mr. Dickman. Sure. In looking at all of that information and what was just said, do you agree with that?
No.
Okay. Why?
Because we said hold off, and because we're waiting for, in other words, we're waiting for direction from the U.S. Attorney and how they're going to proceed. And these individuals all went to Dr. Ajemian or Dr. Wisniewski. And then the board sends out a termination letter based upon our request, stating in the termination there's indication you people have committed fraud against the Railroad Retirement Board. And then subsequently down the road, they issue a board order which states to these individuals that you can reapply, which we know they have the opportunity to reapply, and states that we will not be seeking any recovery from you.
It looked like a cover-up?
I don't know if you call it a cover-up, but it was maybe disingenuous, but we were taken aback by it.
I would like to say something on that, though. Our chief counsel says that there's nothing that was in that letter that we have sent, on, and this is good news, actually, on the termination notice that precludes us from recovering any money from someone who has committed fraud. We thought, I can tell you, we thought we were working with the Inspector General's office every step of the way. We have worked with the Inspector General's office every step of the way.
It doesn't sound like it. When we see the type of fraud that went on and the percentage of people who were involved in that situation who were reinstated and who received the final verdict that they were worthy of receiving those retirement benefits and those disability benefits. That doesn't seem like you're working with it. I know my time has expired, and hopefully we continue. I'll yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The chair recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Conley.
Mr. Chairman, in the spirit of comedy, if there are colleagues on your side who are pressed because of a flight, I would reserve my time and defer to them. Anyone need to?
I think we're okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
But
you.
thank you for your graciousness.
Certainly. Mr. Dickman, in 2007, the IG, your IG office, not you personally, issued the following statement with respect to the RRB. The RRB has adequate controls to provide a reasonable assurance that disability applications are processed in compliance with applicable laws and regulations. There are sufficient edits and checks in the RRB computer system to provide assurance that the information on the disability application is correct, and therefore, the occupational disability decisions are based on correct information, unquote. You recall that?
I sure do.
Okay. So obviously today, we would have to disavow that assessment.
Well, I take full responsibility for that audit. It was a very superficial audit. It was not one of our best efforts by any means. And it didn't go behind the whole process. It said, in effect, it was, are all the boxes checked? Is it done within an efficient manner? And the auditors who did that were not aware of the Long Island case because it was just being developed in a criminal matter. They wouldn't know about it. So, yes, we did say superficially, based upon what we've seen, what they saw, it was correct. But two of the recommendations we made was, one of them was that the individual who's reviewing the case cannot also make the determination that there should be some secondary oversight, and they agreed to that, and that was in 2007, yet it's still going on.
Right. I'm not trying to make the case to discredit the IG. I'm simply pointing out that we've learned a lot
Yes.
since that statement. Mr. Bertoni, prior to 2008, did the GAO make any adverse findings against the RRB?
We had some work we did in I believe, late 1980s, and we actually took, you're pulling on the memory strings here, I believe we took a sample of claims, and we had some experts, external experts, maybe even SSA adjudicators, to look at these claims to see if they were correctly adjudicated, and we had some real concerns with the accuracy and reliability of the decisions.
Mr. Schwarz?
Yes.
There's some confusion here. You went through a long laundry list of improvements based on both the IG and the GAO reports, and yet Mr. Bertoni's testimony is, we haven't seen a plan yet. I mean, in a sense, he's saying everything you're saying is all news to him formally. He may have heard of it, but in terms of a formal response, here's an action plan. I mean, how many recommendations were there in the GAO report, Mr. Bertoni?
I believe we had 5.
5. Yes. How many have you implemented, or are you planning to implement, and when do you intend to notify the GAO?
All 5.
All 5.
We have told the GAO we're planning to implement them. We have a plan, and I have to say that Mr. Bertoni and Mr. Dickman's recommendations have really, really been a big part of the plan we've put together. Mr. Dickman's comments about changing the way we do business, he is right spot on. He really is.
So you agree with his statement that the part of the problem here is, quote, we're here to pay, unquote, culture?
I think that part of the issue that we have is that we cannot sacrifice accuracy for expediency. In other words, we want to pay, but we can't sacrifice accuracy. That's why we have a quality assurance area that we've put together, which Mr. Bertoni suggested, which Mr. Dickman, I hope, will agree with as well. I think many of the things that he wants is in the quality assurance unit, where we will be able to basically double-check our work and make sure that our work is proper. So in answer to your question about the plan, we do have an improvement plan. I think that Mr. Dickman and Mr. Bertoni both We'll get a copy of that very soon, and I think it's also important when you say when will things be put together, we'll have timelines on that plan too. And then Mr. Dickman and Mr. Bertoni can monitor that.
Okay. Mr. Dickman, you indicated that we still have a 98% approval rating of disability claims, and I assume by citing that, you think that's way too high and
Yes.
obviously allows for fraud.
Yes.
What would be a number that you'd be comfortable with?
Oh, I mean, when you get to, a statistician will tell you, you get to 98%, that's 100%. So something has to be wrong with the system. And it's either, if railway labor and management want to continue this, then why not turn it into an entitlement? Because
Yeah.
that's basically what it is. Because there is no real screening going on. If you have 100% of the people applying, receiving the benefit, the screening is just meaningful. It's very superficial.
And I'm running out of time, unfortunately, but Mr. Schwartz, I'd like you to respond to that. 98%? I mean, Mr. Dickman is basically saying, by definition, you've got fraud going on when the number's that high. And one other thing I'd like you to respond to, because in Mr. Dickman's testimony, he also called into question the medical examination process. It's cursory, and obviously some doctors are corrupt, as we learned in Long Island.
Yes.
So what are you doing to rotate doctors, to try to minimize fraud and corruption and collusion, and to have a more thorough examination so that the results are more credible?
When we get an application,
Let's start with the 98% thing first.
The 98%, I would say that when you start with that, you would say that the occupational disability law actually, well, here's the best way to put it. The person has to have 10 years of rail experience or be 60 years old, or have 20 years of rail experience and a current connection. Then they can't do their job. That's it. It's a very unique law. That being said, we have to do better. We absolutely have to do better. We have doctors all the way through in our plan. We actually have doctors at the beginning, the IMEs. We have consultative exams in the middle, and at the end, we have doctors. We have a contract with a doctor to do assessment at the end to make sure we did our work properly. So we have doctors all the way through the process. As far as Mr. Dickman's comment about how long an exam could last, I've not seen the contract on the exams that our IMEs are doing right now, so I'd have to wait to comment on that.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. I thank the ranking member. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Mulvaney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Schwartz, you just mentioned the law, and that part of the situation is contributed to by the fact that the law is unusual, and that it sounds like if you meet the tenure requirements and you cannot do your specific job, you qualify. Is that what you're saying?
If you meet the requirements, yes, the non-medical requirements, and you can't do your job, that's correct.
Should we change the law?
That would be up to, if Congress would sit down with Rail Labor and Management, discuss that, I think, then we would administer anything that you...
Would you support us changing the law?
What I would say is, if you do change the law, we'll administer it. I think
No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm saying, look, I've got disability policies. A lot of folks in this room probably do, and the language is different. You're right. What you've just described sounds like it's unusual, maybe not unique, but unusual. And the disability policies I'm familiar with say I can't do my job or something similar. What if we change the law to say that? In order to qualify for the RRB payments or the program, you'd have to not only not be able to do your job, but a similar job as well. Would you support that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be something that that Rail Labor and Rail Management would have to discuss. I think that that it would be something.
Do you think your board would support it?
Do I think the
Your board. You're a three-member board, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you think they'd support that?
Changing the occupational I think that if there's changes that need to be made in the laws, I think that they would have.
I'm not asking you that. And you see where I'm getting on this. People like it the way it is, don't they?
People like
the people who can get the benefits.
I think
it's a great system, isn't it?
I think that occupational disability as a system needs to be improved. The way we administer occupation disability needs to be improved.
Come back to what Mr. Wahlberg was asking you about. Towards the end of your questioning, you mentioned that your lawyers told you that the letters that you sent out to the people who had to requalify did not prevent you from subsequently seeking to collect payments from them. Is that a true statement? Is that accurate?
For fraud, yes.
For fraud. So why haven't you done it yet?
These were people who, we terminated their benefit because they had seen doctors that had pled guilty.
No, I understand that.
They were not indicted. They did not have any criminal charges brought against them. So what we decided to do is have them reapply with new medical evidence.
No, I get all that, but my point is the OIG, I think, has indicated that there might be as many as $275 million worth of payments that you could collect. You said you asked them to collect it earlier, and they said no because of the ongoing investigation. There's no controversy there. But now there's no ongoing controversy, and you could go get it. So the question is, why haven't you done that?
I would have to see if we had a legal basis to do that, and I will.
Well, no, you just said that your lawyers told you you did have a legal basis to do it.
We have a legal basis to collect the money for fraud.
Right.
What I would have to do is talk to my lawyers, and we would have to see if fraud can be proved.
That's fine. I'll grant that for sake of discussion. Why haven't you talked to your lawyers yet? Your opening statement was that you were working tirelessly on this. It's an interesting word, by the way. I'm not really sure what it means. You also said you were committed to real change. So in this tireless work that you've been doing, why haven't you called your lawyers about trying to get this money back?
In my opening statement, I was referring to the changes that we're making in the program.
Okay, so you're working tirelessly on fixing the stuff going forward, but not tirelessly on collecting the money that might have been stolen already.
These were people who went to this doctor.
The history is fine. No one's disagreeing with you about the history. Why haven't you done it yet?
Why haven't we?
Why haven't you tried to get this money back yet? Why haven't you talked to your lawyers about it? Are you spending all your time fixing things going forward? Is that what you're saying? There's just not enough time in the day to fix things going forward and try and gain redress for past wrongs?
These were people who reapplied and submitted new medical evidence.
Right. And that means what to you, Mr. Schwarz?
They reapplied.
So you think Mr. Dick, oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying Mr. Dickman is wrong, and there really isn't. You've done an investigation, and because these folks have resubmitted their medical information, that you disagree with his determination that there might be up to $275 million worth of recoverable losses.
I think Mr. Dickman does a great job. I think his recommendations to us have been very, very helpful.
Do you think he's wrong?
I would not say that Mr. Dickman is wrong. This is what I would say. I would say that back when Dr. Ajemian pled guilty, there were 1,500 applications that Mr. Dickman was looking at. When we went to terminate people, we asked for a list of people that went to Dr. Ajemian. He gave us back a list of 700.
That's fine. We've done the history, and I'm over time, and I apologize. I will close with this. Something miraculous happened in this building a couple weeks ago. In fact, I think it was in this room. We had somebody here in a similar position of authority within the government. And she gave answers that were almost as bizarre and indefensible as the ones you've given here that we've heard about before today. Do you know what happened to her, Mr. Schwarz? Ms. Leonhardt from the DEA, are you familiar with that? I'm sorry, sir, is that a yes or a no?
No.
Okay. She's gone as the result of a bipartisan uproar over the way that administration was administered. In fact, I think before she left the room, there were 23 names on a letter to the President saying, this person is not capable of doing the job. Please give us somebody else. This is real. We take this stuff real seriously. And the days of you being able to come in and just say what you want to say, completely contradict the GEAO and the IG's office, and think that nothing is going to happen is thankfully coming to an end. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman.
Yeah, thank you for being here today. Just so I get straight, on this occupational disability program.
Yes.
What is the percent of people's pay, or how much do we determine we get every month if you become eligible for this?
Right now, it depends. I mean, it depends on, I mean, I've seen annual statements that people get probably around, I'd say right now, somewhere between $2,700, $2,900 a month, depending on the year.
Okay, and how about the total and permanent disability program? What are they getting?
Maybe more like $1,700 or $1,800 a month.
Okay.
I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but something like that.
Do you know percentage-wise every year how many people apply for these programs?
Yes, I mean, the percentage of people who apply for the programs has gone down tremendously. 10 years ago, basically there were, probably, I mean, when you're talking about for total and permanent disability, there were probably 30% of the applications. Now it's down to 15. Occupational disability, probably 8% of the people applied. Now it's down to 3. So the percent of people who are applying for these has dropped tremendously in the last 10 years.
Wait a minute, I must be missing something here. 30% of what are applying?
Okay, if you had, like, let me give you an example. Last year, 12,400 people received new benefits. Of those, 10,200 were age and service. In other words, those were benefits that weren't disability, okay? So that left around 2,000, 2,100 people that applied for benefits. Of those, 800 were total and permanent, 1,100 were Social Security equivalent, and 200 were occupational disability. So you had about 2% for that type of disability, pure occupational disability.
So every year, 2% of the employees say they're disabled?
Well, right now, well, what it comes down to is, well, there's occupational disability as a pure disability that doesn't get a Social Security equivalent,
Yep.
or not an age in service, it's about 2%. But there's a total and permanent program as well, and there's also a process for an occupational disability where they get a Social Security equivalent.
Right.
So last year, 18% of the people, 18% total, received some kind of disability.
How many of the employees under this system every year, percentage-wise, say, I am disabled?
Last year, it was 18%.
18% of the people said they were disabled? I mean, could you compare that to other occupations out there in the world, like both government and non-government? Like, that's almost
Mr.
hard.
Bertoni can answer
They
that.
can't be right.
There's not a lot of evidence on occupational. There are not a lot of occupational programs. RRB is very unique in being an occupational program.
I still must
The
be.
Social Security Administration is going to look, sort of to your question, it's a 5-step sequential process. One of the sequences is first to say, can this person do their prior work? If yes, then that's a different answer. If no, then they go to, can they do another job in the national economy? So that's all the jobs.
Yeah.
So this is sort of an apple and orange question.
I'm either asking the question wrong or something.
Would my
This
friend,
can't be right.
Would my friend just yield for clarification?
Sure.
I thank my friend. I'm not understanding your answer, Mr. Schwartz, to my friend from Wisconsin. Are you saying 18% of the total
Awards were for, 18% of the total awards were for disability.
workforce?
Okay, that's not the question. I think you're missing the question.
Okay.
Of all the people who would be eligible to be disabled, of your sea of people who are working under these programs, what percent of employees every year submit a claim of some nature for disability? That is the question.
Last year, as I said, we had 12,400 people get awards. 12,400 get awards, okay? Of those, 18% of those people received an award for disability.
Oh, okay. So we're looking at about, I guess what you told me, like 2,000?
Yes.
200, okay. Okay. And how many people are in the program total who'd be eligible? And what I'm trying to get at here is there are X number of railroad employees who could hypothetically become disabled. Every year, a given percent say, I'm disabled. What is that percent? How many people are in how many working employees do you have every year who could be covered by the system? We'll see how we can work this through for you.
Well, right now, there's about 250,000 people in the workforce.
Okay, so then we're saying about 1% of the employees every year say they're disabled? Is that what we're trying to say?
You could run the numbers that way.
Well, I mean,
Well, I mean, what it comes...
okay, the deal we're trying to get at is...
Yeah, just really, if you could let me know, honestly, if you could let me know what you're getting at, maybe I could understand that.
Mr. Schwartz, let me, if the gentleman will yield for just a second, how many are eligible to get benefits? What's the total number? It's not 200,000, is it?
Eligible to get benefit?
Qualify either 10 years or 20 years, the whole
I don't
thing?
have that number.
Okay, it's about 70,000, Mr.
How many are currently
according to
on the
numbers that
rolls?
we have.
Was that the
All right.
question? How many are currently on the rolls?
Yeah, I guess the point...
Occupational disability, 61,000, total and permanent, 21,000.
But that's on the
Thank you,
rolls.
thank you.
That's on the rolls.
There's 61,000 people are currently on some form of disability, railroad disability? No?
There's 58,000 people currently that are labeled as occupationally disabled. 45,000 of those people have reached the age of 62. 5,000 of those people have the pure occupational disability where they aren't able to get any other benefit. They aren't able to get an age in service benefit. That would be a regular retirement. They aren't able to get any kind of Social Security equivalent. There's 58,000 people that are categorized as occupation disabled. As Mr. Bertoni said, 20,000 total and permanent.
Gentlemen, yield for a second.
Sure.
Grothman. Mr. Schwartz, I don't follow the significance of what you just said. You said there's a large number, 60-some thousand, and how many of those are 62?
If there's 58,000 people labeled as occupationally disabled because their application originally came in as occupationally disabled.
Okay.
All right? 45,000 of those people are 62 and over.
And let me stop you right there. What is the significance of that, of being over 62?
Okay, well, the gentleman's time's expired, but you can answer that question.
The significance of that is that they could be getting, if we didn't exist, let's say we didn't exist, they could be getting some kind of benefit.
From whom?
Social Security.
Thank you.
I thank the gentleman from Wisconsin, and we're going to have another round, so if you would like to sit around. The gentleman from Florida is going to have to leave, so the chair recognizes the gentleman for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Again, it's good to be here and also have been here because I remember, I think it was back in 2008 when this was disclosed, and we had evidence of, at that time it was over 90% were getting these disability approvals. Isn't that the case?
98%.
Yeah, okay. Basically, we were not, my side was not in charge when this came down, and I was told that those responsible would be prosecuted, this would be halted, and that those would be held accountable who participated. Some have gone to jail, some have been held accountable.
Yes.
But when I saw, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, for holding this meeting, when I saw the numbers, it just about fell off my chair. Is this 96.7% grant rate correct on these claims?
That's the national average, or is that the re-adjudication?
It says disability applications, all applications filed during the period filed during fiscal years 2013 to 14, grant rate. What is this?
I believe that.
Denial is 98, and then this 2,839. The grant rate is 96.7.
Right. I think
Is
that's
that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Well, again, we haven't come very far from where we were. Now, there was fraud and abuse of the system before. Is that the case now, Inspector General?
Well, I think it is the case, and more.
Is it fraud? Because before it was fraud and people were fraudulently approving these. There's a doctor's ring, and then they were, okay, is that still the case?
Well, we're finding it's still the case, not to maybe the same extent because of the particular.
It's gamed a little bit differently.
Different because of the Long Island case, they had a private pension plan that
Okay.
person could retire, but
And then it's also abuse.
it's abused because one of the problems is when the way they define that you can't do your railway occupation is that for some reason, they use that you can't do one aspect of your job. And we found that is not defined anywhere in any of the rules or regulations. So they're
So
saying.
the whole process is a sham. How many people do you have, Schwartz, operating this board? Are there a couple of employees? How many employees reviewing these claims, the whole thing?
Down in that section, there's around 30.
And the whole board that operations are 30? What
No,
are the,
down- and you're
what are
talking
the
about the-
700 people doing that I'm told,
They-
860 total
Well, the
employees?
occupation disability is not all that we do. We have a lot of those people work in the computer area. That we have other types of pension benefits. Occupation disability is not.
But, I mean, that section costs a lot of money to operate. You've got the board. I mean, hell, you might just as well grant everybody disability and agree on something, close down and save your administrative costs. That's probably not the solution. You need a better process for processing these folks for approval. And the Inspector General just talked about how it's gamed. That's going to require a legislative fix, is that correct? Or can it be done administratively?
I think as far as what the definition of occupational disability, that can be done administratively, that the person cannot do their regular railroad occupation, not one aspect of it. I mean, your job might entail doing 15 different things. If they say, and the claims examiners are told if that person can't do one thing, one out of the 15, that means that their occupation.
And the average benefit, I heard, is somewhere in the $400,000 once this is granted, is what they receive. Is that correct?
Down the road?
Yes.
Well, it
Well,
varies
again,
on the age.
it's an average. Right. But I remember distinctly there was a conductor who walked the aisles or something and collected tickets, got approval for disability. Sure. And I think the New York Times reported he was playing golf in Florida, which I have no problem with people retiring and playing golf in Florida, but to do it a pension, a government pension disability provision that was not properly awarded raises a lot of questions. I'm stunned, Mr. Chairman. We need to change the law if they won't change the rules and get a handle on this. Thank you. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Florida for his leadership, not only in this issue many years ago, but certainly for his leadership on other transportation issues. And the chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama who has been involved in this particular circumstances for many months, if not longer. Mr. Palmer from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Schwartz, on February 18th of this year, I sent you a letter which contained 13 distinct groupings of questions. The board responded on April 15th, 2015. Do you believe that this April 15th letter was fully responsive to all my questions?
When we responded to your letter, we responded the best way we could.
I ask you, though, do you believe that it was fully responsive to all my questions?
Is there something that you felt you still need an answer to? I apologize for that. I thought we did answer the questions, yes.
So you answer yes, that you think you fully responded to my questions.
What I think is, when we received your letter, we put together answers that were the very best answers to your questions we could put together, yes.
So your answer is yes, thank you. I'm not sure that they were fully responsive. For instance, in question 2, I asked
Sure.
if Congress were to enact legislation to limit occupational disability to a time certain, how long a period would you recommend? And you dodged that question. You said you needed time to consult with other stakeholders. After I sent the letter, you requested an extension to fully respond. I think you've had plenty of time to respond and to discuss with the stakeholders. So if Congress were to limit the time a person could draw benefits, how long would that be?
I would have to say rail labor and rail management would have to be involved in those discussions.
Okay. And question 4, I asked how many disability fraud referrals have been made to the Inspector General. In your response, you provide the number 44. But it's my understanding that 38 of those are unemployment cases. That would make, in my opinion, it would make the response inaccurate and perhaps misleading. Would you agree that an unemployment case is not the same as a disability case?
If you were talking about investigative disability cases, in other words, referring to the Inspector General for an investigation, you're exactly right, it is different.
Okay, then that begs the question of why you answered the question the way you did. The question was how many disability fraud referrals have been made to the Inspector General? And you said 44. 38 of those were unemployment cases. If they're not disability cases, does that mean there were only 6? But yet you answered 44. Can you respond to that?
No, I can't respond to that. I mean, when we worked with our people and asked them how many had been submitted, they said 44, and basically it turns out if it's 6, apologize for the answer.
Mr. Dickman, do you have any idea of how many disability fraud claims were referred to your office?
I think 4. No, I think less than 4. I think it might be 2.
Okay. On question 7, I note that the latest statistics for the occupational disability approval rate is 98%. And then I ask you for updated numbers. Did you provide updated numbers in your response?
It's 98%. I think we just assumed that throughout the letter it was 98%, and apparently we did not put down 98%. It's 98%.
I find that interesting, particularly in context of question 5. It indicates that your answer to question 5 that indicated that examiners who are doing the disability exams were to consult with a medical professional, and not that the disability applicant submit to or that the disability. Let me rephrase that. That they consult with a medical professional rather than have a disability applicant submit to an exam by a medical professional. And then you also say that you require a Social Security disability examiner and a Social Security Administration medical professional to review the case prior to the Railroad Retirement Board review and decision. How has this process impacted the RRB's disability approval rate?
What happens is there's two types of disabilities. There's total and permanent, there's occupational. About 33% of our cases end up going to Social Security for review. The Social Security rate, Dan, is probably somewhere in the 70s.
78.
Yeah, so Social Security rate somewhere around 78%. What's happening is we're just putting this plan in place. Basically, we're putting a plan in place that'll have doctors involved, have exams by doctors. We will have a quality assurance unit. We will have training.
Let me interrupt you. You say you will have exams by doctors. Now, based on the response to the questions, you said that you would have Social Security disability examiner and a medical professional review the case. In other words, the disability examination would be done by someone else, but you would have a medical professional associated with Social Security to review the case. That's not the same as having a medical professional do the evaluation.
Every every application in our plan that comes in will have an independent medical exam.
And it's also interesting, and you know, I'll check my numbers.
Mr. Palmer, your time has expired, and we're going to have a second round, so if you can hang around, if not, I'll let you
May I
ask one last question.
One
Sure.
last question. The numbers that I have on Social Security approval rate is less than 40% before appeal and 65% after appeal, but you say 78%?
No, the total and permanent program is at 78%. Social Security Administration's initial claims approval rate is about 30%. And that's problematic for us because apparently, or supposedly, these Social Security Administration and IRB are using the same criteria. So the pretty wide gulf between what's being approved at the Social Security level versus IRB.
Well, apparently. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman for his leadership in this particular issue. I'm going to ask a few questions.
Sure.
Mr. Dickman, what incentive is there to prevent fraud? I mean, when we really look at this in terms of, is there any incentive to deny claims under the existing policy that Mr. Schwarz has had in place?
Again, in our view, there really isn't. As long as you have this culture of we're here to pay, and the feeling is in the industry is that it's our money. And
yeah, but culture is an ambiguous thing, and so I guess what I'm saying, is there any review process or anything that gives a rating to those that would deny a claim? I mean, are you aware of any matrix that's out there?
at the present time,
At the present time?
no.
Okay. Mr. Schwarz?
Yes.
You actually have a chairman and ranking member that has a great affinity for railroad employees and the union, which is,
Yes, sir.
is rare to have this. You also have a ranking member and a chairman who loves railroad management. That's
sir.
unusual to find those two. And I think both the union, from what I understand, both the union and management hate fraud.
Correct.
And both the union and management wish we weren't here today. And so it's unique to have that kind of group together. And I guess my question to you, Mr. Schwarz, we've got 70 recommendations,
Yes, sir.
and you've implemented 5. What happens to the other 65 recommendations? Do you just look the other way?
Well, I think that I would like to sit down with Mr. Dickman after this meeting and find out, get our list together. I think some of those, Mr. Dickman, were probably legislative. Is that correct, sir?
Some are, yes.
Some are legislative, and I think many of them, and I think that he might need that clarification as well, are in our plan. I think many of the things that he has recommended are in our plan.
Well, I appreciate you sharing that here at this hearing, Mr. Schwarz. My understanding is they sent you a list and you never responded. Is that correct?
I don't know. I don't know exactly.
You're under oath, so I mean.
I know that. Mr. Dickman, would you help me with that?
I don't know what, and we were sent so many requests and so many alerts. I think in.
So is that, Mr. Schwarz, is that your general counsel behind you? I mean, is your general counsel here today? You got somebody behind you that's here helping you with this testimony? I guess the question is, do you want to turn around and ask them if you've gotten letters that you have not responded to with the IG? Because we have information that that's the case.
Yeah, I didn't know which, you said that you received a letter. Mr. Chairman, I didn't understand the question. You said you received a letter. I didn't know which letter. But if you say letters, yes, we've received letters that we haven't responded to.
Okay, there's 13 recommendations, so
Yeah.
I'll be specific. 13 recommendations that the IG has made to you that you just didn't respond to. Does that mean that you don't intend to respond to, that you haven't had time, or you're just ignoring them because you thought it would go away?
Mr. Chairman, there's no way I would ignore the IG's recommendations. There is no way.
It's hard for us to believe that when we've had 70 recommendations and only 5 implemented. And Mr. Berton was talking about, let me quote him, there's only been limited progress, I think is his words, in responding from you, Mr. Schwarz. And not just you, but the other members of the board that are not here. And you're catching the heat today. And perhaps we have to have another hearing to have all three of you but you're the chairman, and so why would Mr. Bertoni say limited response? Mr. Dickman have 13 issues that were not responded to, and you, in your testimony, lay out a grand plan of how you've got this all under control. So is it all under control?
Mr. Chairman, the GAO gave us 5 recommendations. We have agreed with all 5 recommendations and are implementing all 5 recommendations.
All right, when will they be when will they be implemented?
I will give you a timeline. I will submit that for the record.
All right, and so what about Mr. Dickman's recommendations, the 13 non-responses? Are you going to respond to those 13,
Yes.
even if it is that we rejected your recommendation?
Yes, I will.
Okay, that's fair. So let me go on a little bit further, because this is all about cooperation.
Yes.
I think most of us here believe, I can tell you, I can't even imagine climbing Mount Kilimanjaro or a 400-mile bike ride, and I don't get disability. So you laid out a great plan in your opening testimony, but how much of that plan has just been derived for this hearing? Because my understanding is a lot of that hadn't been communicated in terms of the new plan. When did you start working on that? Because you said 2013, but you just meant the task force with 2013. Isn't that correct?
We've been working on that plan for a long time, and I think that
how much of the plan has happened in this year? How much of your plan? If we were to ask for documents, how much of the plan actually happened since you were notified that there was going to be a hearing?
Oh, a lot of the plan happened before that. Before we were notified we had a hearing.
How much?
Well, I'd have to get that to you. Hang on a second.
How about after the 7-day letter? How much of it came after the 7-day fire alarm?
All of it.
So every bit
All of it.
So
absolutely. I mean, Mr. Dickman's 7-day letter had a great effect. There's absolutely no doubt about it.
But
I've
why?
not denied that.
So my question is, why would Mr. Dickman have to go through such extreme measures to pull the fire alarm to say, Mr. Schwarz, to get rid of a guy that's getting jujitsu? Why would he have to go through that to make you respond, Mr. Schwarz?
Mr. Chairman, the question was how much of this plan was after the 7-day letter. All of it was. Before that, we did do some things, but we weren't doing as good a job. It's absolutely true.
Okay, I'm going to ask one last question.
Yes, sir.
And then allow the ranking member to ask a few questions before we recognize the others. I have a real concern about your willingness to solve the problem and work with the GAO and the IG. And you've got sympathetic guys up here that don't want to hurt anybody. We want them to have that safety net. Yet at the same time, when this committee asks you for particular documents, we have to review them in camera, or had to review them in camera, and you made it very difficult for us to get the documents for our review. Do I have your commitment today that that will change?
You have my commitment today that we will do everything we can to be cooperative.
That's not the question. That's a great answer to a question I didn't ask. Do I have your commitment today that that will change? Because if not, Mr. Schwarz, let me assure you, you have enough people both on the Democrat and Republican side that we can do the research, and it may be laborious for us, but we want to get this over with quickly, solve the problems so that the folks that depend on this safety net can depend on that money being there, and that we actually address this problem. But I'm not going to let this go on for a long time. So do I have your commitment that you're going to not make my staff have to go through all kinds of laborious, systematic ways to get information, and that you and the other board members will commit to being transparent and give this committee what it needs?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I recognize the ranking member. Oh, we've got the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, is here, and so I would recognize her for a series of questions.
Let me listen.
All right, I recognize the ranking member for a second.
I thank the chair. Mr. Schwartz, you got a 98% approval rating.
Yes.
Do you think that's too high?
I think we have to make sure, the problem is, we have to make sure that the people are getting the benefits they deserve, but we also have to make sure we're paying it properly. And I think we need to put our plan in place to ensure that everything's done properly.
Yeah. Mr. Schwartz, Mr. Dickman has just testified that when you get to 98%, it is virtually an entitlement program. It's gone far beyond what its original purpose was. Do you share that view, or do you think 98% is? I'm honestly asking, because in my opening statement I said, in and of itself, a high rate of approval need not mean fraud. It could mean people are self-selecting when they apply, and it's corroborated. But 98% to a layman, and to Mr. Dickman, your IG, seems to be a warning sign flashing something is fundamentally, systemically wrong with the whole process of how we evaluate disability claims. I'm asking you as chairman of the IRB, do you share that concern? Would you agree?
Well, I absolutely share that concern that there could be, that there could be an issue, that there is an issue that we have to fix. We have to change the way we do business. We really do. The things that Mr. Dickman brought up, the things that Mr. Berton brought up are absolutely correct. We have to change the way we do business, and we have to make fundamental changes, and that's what we're doing.
Mr. Dickman and Mr. Bertoni, the Long Island Railroad fraud. Obviously, none of us were suspecting that was going on in earlier years. But in light of the fact that it did happen, and it was so stunning, do we believe that that was a bad apple, but not characteristic of the system? Or do we now believe that the LIRR case reveals systemic problems that won't go away until and unless we reform the system? I mean, what lessons should we be learning from the Long Island case? Maybe Mr. Bertoni give you the chance to go first, and then Mr. Dick.
I think part of this is, I mean, we don't know if it's systemic. We do know that physician-assisted fraud happens. I just issued a report a couple months back, Social Security Administration, we know what's happening there. So, but if you're not looking for it, if you don't have the tools in place, the data analytics and other tools to sort of look at the quality of the decision and what's going into the decision, you don't know. I would just say we know it's happening. There's collusion. It usually involves 2 to 3 parties. But to catch these things, it's usually chance and luck. Unless you have the appropriate tools in place, we're not going to know how big it is and whether it is systemic, but it's happening.
Mr. Dickman?
I believe it is a systemic problem. Obviously, the Long Island Railroad case was very unique because of the private pension that they had there. After they've changed it to, it was 20 and 50. You could retire at age 50 with a full pension, full private pension. It's now 20 and 55. But after that, I mean, we have cases throughout the whole United States involving, obviously not to the great degree, because there were obviously 3 doctors that were involved with the majority of those cases. But going back to what I've said previously, that it is systemic because of the way the board looks at what an occupation, the definition of an occupational disability is, that it can be one aspect of the job and not doing the job, all the duties of the job. They hang their hat on just one aspect. And I still believe that the culture is that we're here to pay, and that culture has to change. And in defense of the chairman, even though he's chairman, it's chairman in name only. As I said before, the big ticket items and the things that are really done in the board, are the big items, are done between labor and management, and as a function, as I've said, of collective bargaining between those 2 units throughout for the whole United States. That's fine. If that's what it is, that's what it is. But, you know, my job is to prevent and detect fraud, waste, and abuse. As I've said before, this system, this occupational disability program, has become an entitlement. Why not eliminate the facade of what an occupational disability is? make it an early retirement, as has been stated, instead of going to this, long, prolonged process of an individual being supposedly occupationally disabled. And the nature of business, of work in the railroad industry, obviously has changed dramatically from 1946 to the present. Previously, it was very labor-intensive. It's not labor-intensive anymore. Now, an individual who works on the railroad for 30 years can retire at age 60 with full benefits. Nobody else in the whole United States has that opportunity to retire at age 60 with full Social Security benefits. So that they do have there are unique functions of it, that's fine. But I think that this particular portion of it has morphed into something that was not intended by Congress at the time that it was enacted in 1946.
Mr. Chairman, my time is up, and I thank you, Mr. Dickman, Mr. Berton. I guess what I'm not satisfied with is, well, what are the lessons learned, and how are we applying them to ensure that kind of fraud, systemic fraud, cannot recur? And I don't feel reassured, not your fault, but I mean, I don't feel reassured from the answers that we're headed in that direction. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Schwarz, I'm going to recognize the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, but I want to say one thing, is I want to make it clear, is I don't necessarily agree with all the recommendations that Mr. Dickman made, but certainly with a lot of them. But for instance, there's some audit suggestions that he recommends that I don't necessarily agree with. And so what I'm asking you is to get serious, because we've got an obligation to Mr. Dickman as the IG, to Mr. Bertoni as the GAO. Both of them are paid to make sure that the American taxpayer are protected. And right now, you just heard the ranking member, I don't know that there's that confidence there. And so I need the message that you take back is this is not going to go away. We expect this to be addressed in very short order. Or we will have another hearing, and as uncomfortable as this may be today, it can be a lot more uncomfortable. I think history and YouTube will show you that this is a fairly benign hearing compared to some that happen here. And with that, I would recognize the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, for 5 minutes.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to apologize really to the ranking member and to the chair for not being here earlier, but I had to chair a financial services committee for the Democrats and had a prior meeting earlier this morning too on income inequality, which is very disturbing. In the past couple of years, the gap between the haves and have-nots is growing deeper and stronger, and it's not good for the rich or the poor or the black, the white, the Asian, or whatever. It's a very disturbing trend, and I want to go through some legislative changes that could reduce possibly disability fraud from the IG report. But I just want to preface it by saying that the world seems to be getting more unfair every day. Workers are being asked to give more and receive less in return. And some are equating the demise or the weakening of the labor movement to the reason that the gap is taking place in between our haves and have-nots. But I do say that it's rare for labor and management to have an equal stake in their working relationships. Usually it's not the case. And here, for once, the partnership between the federal government, the American worker, and the industry seems to be working okay. And I'd like to get your remarks on it from all of the members here. But one of the recommendations that was a legislative recommendation, so I want to focus on the legislation recommendation since we are a legislative body, recommended that the 3-member RRB structure be eliminated. So I'd like to begin with the chairman of the RRB, Mr. Schwarz, on what do you consider to be the key strengths and weaknesses of this organizational structure, and do you agree with the IG recommendation that the structure be eliminated?
I think that the strengths of the structure are that this program, the trust fund, as we've talked earlier, is funded by rail management and rail labor. They have a seat at the table. I think that's the strength of it. I think the weakness of it is at times it can be unwieldy because there's three different offices to deal with, but maybe that's by design. Maybe the unwieldiness is by design, that whoever set this up, set it up so there would be at times an acrimonious situation where people represent different constituencies. And so I'd say that would be the minus. And as far as agreeing or not agreeing with it, I really can't weigh into that. I think it would be something that management, labor, and Congress would have to talk about.
Well, how do you balance? You said basically that there's competing priorities or stakes from the three board members. How do you balance the competing priorities of the three board members in the decision-making process?
Well, I think that what I meant by that is probably there's competing with industry and labor. They represent industry and labor. As far as the board members are concerned, I think that they work well together. But the way I balance it is sometimes I help with compromise. I mean, basically, there's times where they may not be too far apart, and I'm able to help out there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Mr. Bertoni, you're representing the GAO, correct? And does the GAO or you have any objections to the current RRB structure, or what are your comments on it?
We haven't done any analysis on the structure, so I really couldn't weigh in on that.
And Mr. Dickman, you recommended, I understand, that this be changed legislatively, and could you give me your reasons?
Well, again, I think the proof is in, the way the plan is administered. And I think, as I've stated before, if you're going to implement change, real change there, a troika is not the way to do it. And that you need to give the power to the chairman, that the individual has the power of a chairman, not just in name only, so that he can unilaterally make these decisions. People are pulled three different ways at the Railroad Retirement Board as far as what are they supposed to be doing, how are they supposed to be administering not only the occupational disability, but other plans that are done by the Railroad Retirement Board. And I see no reason why there shouldn't be a chairman and have the advisory committee of an individual from railway labor and railway management. I mean, if they, as I stated previously over and over again, the big ticket items are done by railway labor and management behind the scenes. And if that's the way it is, then, either eliminate the whole program or privatize the Railroad Retirement Board. And I know that's blasphemy for me as a, Inspector General to eliminate my own job. But it's, you have the trust, which is a private entity now, which is an anomaly in all of federal government because it's not an instrumentality of the federal government, yet it is, the money is considered part of the federal government. But until there's some really substantial change where you allow the chairman to take full responsibility for his actions, I don't think you're going to get any meaningful change, or unless Congress puts labor and management's feet to the fire and say, enough's enough, we've got to make some substantial change here.
And finally, if I could, Mr. Schwarz, can you discuss the potential merits or drawbacks of this recommendation, this basic change in the current RRB?
Mr. Schwarz, you can go ahead and answer that.
And then my time has expired.
That's right.
But you can
All right.
answer.
I think that the drawbacks would be that you would have an entity that's well, you weren't talking about, you were talking about the one person instead of the three is what you're talking about. Okay.
Well, basically, I believe, I don't want to paraphrase for you, but I believe Mr. Dickman's recommended that you basically privatize it or do away with it completely.
Okay.
And put one person in charge. Am I saying what you're saying?
Well,
Isn't that what you said?
Privatize was something totally different, but our recommendation as far as having just a chairman and having a railway labor member, railway management member just be a part of an advisory committee to the chairman.
And the chairman would come from where? What's your recommendation?
Chairman would be as it is right now. They're all presidential appointees.
Presidential appointee.
But not the two other members. The labor member and the management member would drop down and just be advisors.
And then the president would appoint someone. I think this is important to hear Mr. Schwartz's response to the recommendation. If we could have a little extra time, Mr. Chairman.
You can answer that.
And then my time is up. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I I think that the drawback would be that industry and labor the trust fund is funded with industry and labor tax dollars, and I think that for them to have a seat at the table, I think you would end up with a system that there would be more commitment. I guess if you wanted to look if you want to look at just pure efficiency, it's sort of like the opposite, what we were talking about on doing claims, expediency instead of quality. I mean, if you want to look at sheer efficiency, things would go faster, there would be less consternation, and there'd be one decision maker, but also you wouldn't have a check and balance. So, I mean, I think that's the thing. You might have a quicker process, a process where one person would be doing it, but you wouldn't have a check and balance over their funds. I think that would be the answer.
All right, I'm going to recognize the gentleman from South Carolina, but let me make sure I'm clear on your testimony.
Yes, sir.
Your testimony is that the three-member board has provided a good check and balance up to this point? Is that your testimony? Because, I mean, we've seen guys doing all kinds of things. So the three-member board is a good check and balance based on what we've already seen?
What I'm saying is the Railroad Retirement Board does a lot of things. I mean,
So it's a good check and balance in other areas?
What I'm saying is our business of the Railroad Retirement Board, we have rail labor and rail industry that both have a stake in it. They're stakeholders. And I think that, in answer to your question, it's a check and balance. I think as far as occupational disability is concerned, we can do better.
All right. The chair recognized a gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you very much. And as we draw this to a close and try and focus on some things we could do to improve it, the situation going forward, Mr. Dickman, let me go back and ask you to clarify again something you mentioned before at the close of, I believe, Mr. Micah's questioning, which was these rules, again, that we've talked about a little bit that seem stunningly unusual to me regarding this occupational disability. And I think you gave the example that under the current system, if an employee has 15 duties, can establish that they cannot do one of them, they qualify for benefits. Is that?
Can qualify for benefits.
Can qualify
yes,
for benefits.
They can't perform one aspect of their job.
Okay. And Mr. Schwarz, I think I ask you again something I asked you the first time around, which is, do you think we should change that?
I think what we're doing right now is labor and management are sitting down, they're talking about the vocational issues as far as job descriptions. What's happening is we have outdated and very, very poor job descriptions. I mean, I think that's our first problem there. I think that it should be if they can't do their job.
Okay, and let me come back to you, Mr. Dickman, because I think you said earlier that that's not defined in the rules and regs. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
And say that again then, please. What's not defined?
The one aspect definition of occupational disability, and that the individual can't do one aspect of their job. We haven't been able to find it anywhere in the rules or regulations.
Mr. Schwarz, should you all have come up with rules and regs on that by now? Is that one of the recommendations that anybody has made, or are you working on that on your own?
The recommendation would be to, what he was just talking about, no, there is not a recommendation for that. To have one aspect of the job be your job. No, there's no recommendation on that.
Okay, well, maybe that's something we could look at. Let me take the opportunity then, with the couple minutes I have left, to do something we don't do nearly enough here, which is to thank you two gentlemen on the ends for what you do. We call you in, we know you've got a tough job, and I don't think we ever have enough time, because we only have 5 minutes. It's rare for us to have two rounds of questioning to say thank you for doing it, because we could not do our job if it weren't for what you guys would do. And let me add to that something that's apparently unusual in this town, which is you have something that not that many people in this town have at the GAO and the IG's office, and that is you have a bipartisan group of supporters on Capitol Hill who like what you do and want to help you do what you do. Democrats and Republicans may have very different ideas about what government should do, but we both hate bad government. Good governance is something that actually binds the two parties, and I think we've made some small progress on that in the last couple of months. So I say that to you because I want to say this. If you have difficulties going forward at the RRB or at anybody that you happen to oversee and be involved with, let us know. You don't have to sit there and toil in anonymity and just go home and complain that you can't do anything at work. Call us and let us know, because this is the type of thing that's getting more and more attention, and I think rightly so. The converse of that is that anybody who opposes you, slow plays you, ignores you, doesn't implement your recommendations in a timely fashion, has something that is just as rare, which is they have a bipartisan enemy on Capitol Hill. And I think the days of being able to ignore these folks, Mr. Schwarz, and this is not to you personally, okay, it is to you personally, but also to anybody else who has to deal with these folks, the days of being able to ignore these folks are gone. We intend to hold you and folks who have to deal with these folks accountable for when you ignore what they suggest. So with that, I appreciate the opportunity for the hearing today, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman from South Carolina for remaining over and not going back to God's country quickly so he could participate. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman.
Yeah, I'm going to follow up on what I talked to you about before, Mr. Schwarz. I mean, my concern is there a culture of disability developing within the railroad system? Okay. You know, and that's just a problem we have all around our society, in which people, you know, begin to look for the look to say they're disabled when they aren't. How long has this current system about been in existence? Mr. Schwarz?
Since the 1940s.
1940s, okay. Can you go back and tell us, say, 1960, 1970, 1980, the percent of people who were filing for disability every year compared to, say, 2005, 2010?
No, but I can go back to, like I said, if you even go back 10 years ago, you had 38% of the people getting disability awards, and last year, and in 2013, you had 18% getting disability.
That's a misleading total, though. What you're doing there is you're comparing disability awards.
Applying for, well, I'd have to get the applications, but I can tell you that if you go back to 2000, there were, well, that's the only way we keep it is on awards, but
No, what we're looking for is, of the total people in the system, how many people are claiming they're disabled in any given year?
what I can do is, if you can, I can provide something for you for the record. If I get the question exactly framed as you'd like, we can get our actuary to give you numbers, whatever you want.
I would hope you'd have it, but okay. You have a given number of people who every year are part of the system, right? Paying into the system, working in the railroad, okay? And every year a given percentage of those people say, I am disabled, I am entitled to something, okay? And the question we're trying to get at, first of all, is what does that percentage say in the year 2010 compared to the year 1990 or 1980? The question is, are we developing a culture in which people are saying, I'm disabled?
Okay, we can get
That's
that.
what we're trying to get.
We can get that for you.
Okay. And I'd also like to know if you could compare that to other occupations. Okay. Disability compared to, I know they break these down by occupations by state, like maybe people working in a factory, you know, maybe policemen, whatever. So we can compare the number of people who are saying they're disabled in the railroad industry compared to other places.
I understand where you're going with that.
That's what we're trying to see here. Okay. We'd also like to know, if you look, and we talk about this high approval rate in which everybody who says I'm disabled, you know, they wave you through. Sure, you're disabled. If you could give us those numbers, and maybe I would think yourself would want to compare it not only to Social Security disability, but maybe people who say they're disabled in other occupations as well. You know, look at individual cities when they say maybe union disability, you know, police and fire that way, percentage of people that you're approving compared to other groups.
Okay, we will do the best we can on that, and we can get a hold of you if we don't have the exact question framed, and we'll do the very best we can to get you those numbers, sir.
And see, it's an important thing because, you know, this money is coming from somewhere, okay? We're asked to do things like subsidize, I don't know, Amtrak is part of this, but I mean, insofar as we're just bleeding money here, that's a problem. And not to mention, it gets to the general overall decline of society in which people are able to say, guess what, I'm disabled, and people are accepting it. And there are other areas of society we're going to have to look at, Social Security disability. But from the testimony I hear today, I'm gathering there is that culture in the railroad industry that says, you know, I'm going to say I'm disabled. And we want to see if that's true.
I understand.
I thank the gentleman. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the gentleman from Wisconsin for asking for the number of people added to the disability rolls each year, particularly since I asked that question in my letter and you did not provide that. So I'm very pleased to know that you do have that information, that you'll provide it at least to Mr. Grothman. So another thing that I wanted to bring up, in your response to me, you said it's rare for someone who has left the industry for an extended period for self-employment to then become entitled to an occupational disability annuity. Yet, in the Inspector General's written testimony points to an example in the agency's disability claims manual where an individual left the railroad employment for 16 years, but still retains their current connection with the railroad industry. That may be, even if that's the only example, does it make sense that an individual can be able to claim an occupational disability from a job they haven't held for 16 years?
Well, current connection was put into place actually to prevent people. They wanted to make sure that people had a current connection to the railroad. That is, it's very rare. And he did put an example in there that was in the manual. It's exactly true. It's very rare that would happen.
Okay, I'm going to ask you something else in context of my letter. I asked for copies of all the correspondence, including emails related to the RRB's decision to utilize very specific language in their termination letters to the Long Island Railroad Occupational Disability Annuitants. You attached a February 1st, 2013 memo from Inspector General Dickman regarding this topic. Is this the only communication that exists regarding this subject matter? And if not, why didn't you provide the information I requested?
I think you were referring to Mr. Dickman asking us not to go back and recover claims, and that was the correspondence we had for that. The letter that he had sent that said not to recover. Which question you're talking about? I have to look at the question here.
I asked for copies of all correspondence, including the emails relating to the decision to utilize very specific language in the termination letters. I'm going to ask you again to provide that information and provide it for the committee. I want to move on. In question, the board's response indicated that there, and this is your response to my letter, to question 9, that there was a recent meeting with Dr. Robert McClellan, the chief of the Occupational Environmental Medical section at Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center and associate professor at the Geisel School of Medicine at Dartmouth. In June 2014, the Inspector General had forwarded you a lengthy list of poignant recommendations authored by Dr. McClellan. Why did it take the agency 9 months to contact him? Mr. Chairman, if he's...
I think that what it comes down to is we were looking at all the possibilities to improve our disability program. We want to enhance it. We want to make it better. We want to change the way we do things. Dr. McClellan is one of the people we thought we should talk to, as suggested by Mr. Dickman, to get his ideas on how to do that.
Well, the last thing that I want to ask you is what actions will the board take regarding his recommendations? Because as Mr. Conley has said, as Mr. Meadows has said, I think all of us here, our objective is good government. Our objective is to do what's best for the employees of the railroad. And I think in that regard, implementing these recommendations. You've heard from Mr. Bertoni, you've heard from Mr. Dickman. I want to know if what you intend to do, if you intend to implement these recommendations. And then I've got one last question.
All of 5 of Mr. Bertoni's recommendations we intend to implement. Many of Mr. Dickman's we intend to implement, and as I said, Mr. Dickman and I will be sitting down and going through them and making sure he has a response to all of his recommendations.
I'm good with that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman for his insightful questions, and I'd like to thank all the witnesses for you taking the time today to answer these. I want to close with these very brief remarks, and that is, Mr. Bertoni, Mr. Dickman, we have had sworn testimony today that Mr. Schwarz, and I assume on speaking on behalf of the other 2 board members that are not here, that they acknowledge that you're here representing the board, has agreed to work with the 2 of you in terms of implementing those recommendations. So here is what I would ask of you, Mr. Schwarz. We want real progress that is made in very short order. A 9-month, 10-month delay is not good enough. Much of what you talked about in your opening testimony sounded great, but it gave very little incentives in terms of denying claims that are fraudulent. It gave very little in terms of going back to revisit those who are getting benefits that may have gotten benefits for something that was temporary in nature, i.e., a broken arm where they would have been awarded some kind of disability, and yet from the documents we have, there is no revisit of them, that arm could heal, they could continue to receive benefits. And with that in mind, Mr. Schwarz, what I don't want to happen is for another New York Times reporter to be waiting for a tea time and find somebody teeing off ahead of them getting full retirement. And under your scenario, wouldn't you agree that today, that some of the egregious things that we've happened could still be happening? Wouldn't you agree with that?
I would say, Mr. Chairman, that we need to change our culture, absolutely. We need to change the way we do business. And the way things are right now today, without these extra things, without the quality assurance, without the extra doctors and those things, something could be happening, yes.
So it could still be happening. So here's what I ask of you. In the next 120 days from this hearing, I want to make sure that there's correspondence with both the GAO and the Inspector General and this committee.
Okay.
And I want tangible, this is what we've implemented, and these are the results. And then from there, we're going to revisit this entire thing.
Understand.
Another 90 days after that. Assuming that we've made real progress, we won't have to have another hearing. Assuming that you continue to give the documents the way that Mr. Palmer has asked for, the committee has asked for, and you've assured me, we won't have to have another hearing. I don't want another hearing. All I want you to do is fix the problem and make sure that our railroad workers have the safety net that they want and need and deserve and have paid for, and yet the bad actors are rooted out. From an employee standpoint, I am going to administer what I call the Forrest-Jarrett test. He is a long, loves the rail, has retired, and it is his life. And so I'm going to look at it from his perspective, from an employee standpoint. So I'll have that balance, but I have your assurances. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So with that, if there is no further business, without objection, the subcommittee stands adjourned.
Thank you.